Hi, and welcome back. I'm Secretary of State Shanna Bellows, and we are in the afternoon of day 4 of ranked choice voting tabulation for Congressional District 2. Congressional District 2 is that race with not 2, but 3 candidates. Incumbent Congressman Jared Forrest Golden of Lewiston, a Democrat. Republican State Representative Austin Terrio from Aroostook County, and unenrolled Diane Miranda of Surrey, a declared write-in candidate. It is the existence of those 3 candidates that made this a ranked choice vote. So folks in Maine saw a ranked choice ballot. That meant they saw Jared Golden, Austin Terrio, write-in, and then first choice, second choice, third choice. So voters could just pick one if they wanted to, and that counts. They could pick one all the way across. As we used to say, no extra credit, just extra ink. Some did that. Or they could pick their first choice, their second choice, or their first, second, and third. Now, what we know from what the towns reported on election night is that there were about 12,000 voters who did not pick either of the 2 frontrunners, Jared Golden or Austin Terrio. Because the difference in that race was less than 1%, just about over 2,000 votes, that means that it's statistically possible that the second choices of those 12,000 voters could have altered the outcome of the contest when you go to that ranked choice voting tabulation. That's why we're running this tabulation. That's what's going on today. So we've got our elections division, we've got our law enforcement division, and where we ended up is we were proofing Kennebec County with the campaigns present, looking at what was going on. We had 2 towns that we were looking at. We wanted to look at what was happening with Fayette and Gardner. So I'm going to invite the 2 campaigns, representatives from both campaigns to step forward, and we'll start back up where we left off before lunch with that reconciliation of Kennebec County and be looking at Fayette and Gardner. So we'll have law enforcement, our elections director, Heidi Peckham, who's running the ranked choice voting tabulation, is going to be opening the secure room with the ballot boxes. They're going to be bringing out those boxes for Fayette and Gardner, and we'll invite the attorneys from the 2 campaigns to take a look so we can figure out what's the discrepancy. We can reconcile these totals. Once that's done, we'll be done with the town by town, county by county reconciliation. Then it's going to take us a couple of hours to import and proof what's called the cast vote record for every single ballot, every single vote cast in Congressional District 2. Remember, there are over 400,000 votes cast in Congressional District 2. Maine has just over 900,000 active registered voters. At least that's what we had when we issued the enrolled and registered report following the June primary. We did see a lot of same-day voter registration. We did see the highest turnout in 2024 ever in Maine in terms of total number of voters. Now, in terms of the percentage turnout, we won't know until we do some number crunching. That will happen in the weeks to come. And then we will submit those numbers to the Election Assistance Commission, as will states around the country. So our deputy, Melissa Packard, deputy for election administration, post-election audits, and administrative services, is headed with law enforcement to the secure ballot room to retrieve those ballots from Gardner. And is this Fayette?
No, this is actually Gardner.
Oh, this is Gardner. We've got the tally tapes. So we're going to invite the attorneys to step forward, attorneys for both campaigns, not just representatives. We'll wait for counsel to come into the room from both sides. So I'm going to walk away. I'm going to check out what's going on with Gardner, but you are here for the live stream of ranked choice voting tabulation. What's going on in Gardner?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So with Gardner, what they reported on election night was 3387, which is exactly what we came up from our scan. They also submitted 28 auxiliary ballots, which weren't initially included in their count, but they certified to us. I spoke to the warden, the clerk was out sick today, and she said that they sent all the tally tapes. So we do have the ballots. We have the auxiliary ballots that we created cast vote records for. So they'll be included. Those are approved by you, and we can open this up and confirm with the tally tapes And this should have, it should have all the talent materials in it.
So first, let me show everybody how. You guys want to look at those documents? And make sure
By the tapes.
these are just.
Those
Yeah,
are,
those are lunch. So.
right. So I think basically, what they have done is they didn't initially count them, they counted them the next day, so they need to submit an updated return those counts to us.
And they did accomplish that.
But we do have a,
phone, right?
yes,
I didn't realize that they hadn't counted this.
yes, so we have, take all those tapes. Yes. Yes. We can look at the totals on here, make sure they match.
So I'm gonna set this.
Yes. Yes. That's correct. So I think we'll be dead on. Yeah, I think they just hadn't submitted. Updated returns.
And our elections divisions have those auxiliary ballots. We would approve those auxiliary ballots. Oh, they could, they did,
There should,
they should have updated their.
they should have updated their certified and then warrants return. The next day when they counted those ballots, they should have submitted corrected.
Yeah, so we
They-
have.
She said yes, but
She said
we,
she thought it was correct.
yeah. So I think we know we've got those ballots, we know that we've proved them, and so as long as these tapes match what we uploaded, I think we're good. Yes.
I'll make it whole. Right, and to make those tapes a lot, a very long. I'm gonna go explain to the live stream. Okay, so what Director Peckham, our elections director, just explained to the attorneys and representatives of the campaigns here is that she had a phone conversation with the warden for Gardner. So thank you for being available. And the warden said that on election night, they counted the ballots that were on the tabulator that were tabulated. And those 28 ballots that didn't get through the tabulator get disregarded. They realized the next morning that those needed to be counted, those 28 ballots, and did in fact count them. They were counted. However, the paperwork that was submitted to the Secretary of State originally didn't have those additional 28 hand-counted auxiliary ballots. There is corrected paperwork that we will need to receive and update. So what the attorneys are looking at are the tapes from election night. So the tapes should match those original numbers that were represented. Now, the campaigns have already seen those 28 ballots. So the ballots are here. That's fine. They've proofed those ballots. They've proofed the cast vote records. What they're looking to see is, do the numbers on the tapes match? So I'll walk over and find out. Oh, when they open the tabulator. Thank you.
closed November 5th at 9:07. Yes, the serial number is 0314341119.
That identifies the machine. Please.
Yes. Yep. Right. And you see over here the garden shop. Yeah, yeah. It's closed at 9:05 p.m. Right, good job. The real number is 03-154-116-335. Golden has 979, Ontario 487, 5 write-ins. 39. Yes. That's it. And that was 3 of us now. This is the local one. Yeah, this is Gardner. Yeah, that's local. This one. 728. Serial number 0314 5 000. This is a subject extra portion. See all those write-ins? Five, four, six. Material. Two. So you guys are comfortable with us? You guys have a pleasure? Right, then we add the 20 auxiliaries. Yep. Yep. So yeah, so we may have to go back to this because I don't think hearing is here. What's the first one? No, isn't write-in separated out for blanks? Write-in is separate. So write-ins should be tied in by themselves. Right? Yeah. And then overvotes and undervotes. Right? My question is. So you get 93 from there. Oh. But we're counting, so for write-ins here, aren't we counting both write-ins and definitive? Yes. That'd be the difference. Yes. I think so, because here, she's not showing any corporate stuff. Okay, so on words, right, so those should all be getting put into blanks.
Still.
So on the, yeah, 87 of this. So here you've got, oh, you're saying it's all of those. So you have to learn about it.
Yeah, accounted for. And then there's 5.
we grab those?
Let's look at the
And we may need to get the tapes back so we can redo the math on the tapes. Yes. Hey, Mary.
all 28 are counted.
I agree that there are. Yes.
So we're gonna do a recap of tapes.
Yeah, 6.
So this is riveting television. I know. I'm Secretary of State Shanna Bellows here at the Ranked Choice Voting Tabulation. What is happening right now is that the campaigns and the election officials are reviewing the tallies for Gardner. What we were able to scan here and hand count here with the auxiliary ballots didn't quite match the certification that was uploaded into the central voter registration system by the clerk, the words for turn of votes cast. It was off. And so it seems to be off by those auxiliary hand count ballots, but they need to figure out exactly what it is. Now, those tapes you see, the receipts longer than CVS receipts, those actually come out of the DS200 scanners, the tabulators on election night. Those are actually the results. So I'm going to walk back and find out what the resolution was. I'm getting thumbs up.
Yeah, we're golden. I was call that. Yeah, so that's a net of 0. That's what she said. So it's just an addition error.
So we're going to have the campaigns give us thumbs up for folks watching at home. Are the campaigns satisfied? The votes were counted for Gardner. We have the data. Okay. Gardner is all set. Gardner is reconciled. If the clerk, the deputy clerk, or the warden at home are watching, we'll get that updated paperwork from you. But what we know is that we have accurately counted those Gardner votes here. We've tied them out. We've reconciled. Now, those tapes that you're seeing, that long receipt-like thing, that is actually coming out of the DS200 tabulator in towns that scan their ballots into those modern-day applications that read the ballots. And when they go to tabulate the votes, it generates the receipts of the votes cast. The reason this is so long is you get an image of every single write-in. So how did the towns report those 420 votes for Diane Miranda? They had to go through that long tape and they had to read the write-ins and see, okay, how many were for Miranda? Those were counted The ones that might have been write-ins for anyone else other than Miranda, those are legally blanks. So when we talk about 12,000 blanks, it includes a whole lot of write-ins that were for folks other than Diane Miranda, who is the declared write-in candidate. So this meticulous process of vote verification is what's happening here. Now we have one more town in Kennebec County, it's Fayette. Similarly, we're looking for that discrepancy, trying to figure out how to make sure we know that we have counted all the votes for Fayette here on site. So I'm gonna walk back and see what's going on and I'll come explain it live.
Oh, we just want to show them the locks.
Show them the locks.
Yep. So everybody needs a lock.
Secretary of State is not.
One minute. Oh, because we kind of open the letters.
No.
I think you never have one. So I think we should just do one at a time because it's fine with the tally sheet. Sure. That or the ballots. Yeah.
So we can, I'll look at this.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's get rid of what's going on with Fayette.
Okay, so. Yeah, so they reported a total of 881 for election night. Our upload was 878, so we know this is 3 auxiliary ballots. So, and yeah, or maybe, I think they got all the views right to the clerk. So how many are we on? Yeah. Okay. We might have to have. Right. They could be in the box.
So we're off by 3. We believe they're the auxiliary ballots. We haven't seen the tally sheets for the auxiliary ballots.
So we need the tally.
Yes. Okay. We recorded that number, right?
Yes. So maybe I'll see, we'll look at here first.
That was the random paper from Gardner.
No. In fact, secure. Often they're on top. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the empty ones. Back inside.
The ones that were separated, yeah. And Lewis.
Spoiled. Do you take as a challenge? two. Yeah. Golden one area.
Already submitted the updated certification for her.
Oh,
Well done.
excellent. So this is what I, check this one out.
Oh, yeah, so the numbers on here, right?
They have it. They just weren't in our office. So check out. Make sure you got that.
Yeah.
Those ballots are mixed in. All the
Yeah,
other.
that is correct.
Are we all set there? So we figured that out, what happened? They counted the ballots. They submitted the red counts, but because the ballots were mixed in, 3 ballots were mixed in, we didn't know what they were. But we're now satisfied. Do we know what the breakdown was? 2 jurors. Okay. So kudos to the Gardner clerk and deputy. We already have their corrected certificate. That is public service. I am so proud of that team in Gardner immediately getting us that amended certification. Well done. Additionally, in Fayette on election night, they hand counted 3 ballots. 2 of those ballots were for Jared Golden. 1 of those was for Austin Terrio. A volunteer inadvertently just laid those ballots for the other ballots that had been tabulated in the DS 200. The clerk did exactly what we want the clerk to do in that moment. They recorded it in the paperwork. Now that paperwork was locked in the blue boxes with the ballots. So we had to ensure that the teams could review that paperwork, because when we were counting ballots here, we were off by 3. So we did get that confirmation from Fayette, and it is upheld in the paperwork that those 3 ballots were in fact counted on election night. Everyone is satisfied that we have a record of those 3 ballots. And so we're going to be able to proceed with that cast vote record from every town. Does that finish our reconciliation for Kennebec County? Both campaigns agree? All right, we finished reconciling Kennebec County. Looking at this whiteboard behind me, we have finished reconciling and actually doing everything we needed for every single county. So 11 counties in Congressional District, 2 Aroostook, Washington, Oxford, Franklin. We did those 4 fairly quickly. Those were perfect. We went into Somerset. We had a couple of issues in Somerset. We got those figured out. We got those reconciled. We reconciled the Scottiquist. We went into Penobscot. Mild issue with Penobscot. We did have to rescan some ballots, but no problem. We got that reconciled. We went into Hancock. Oh, Hancock is a star too. Again, we had to open those 2 boxes in Winter Harbor, but we got that done. We reconciled those numbers. We went into Waldo. We had to make an adjustment in Waldo for Winterport. Went into Kennebec, had to look at Gardner and Fayette, but were able to do so. Reconciled Androscoggin perfectly, no issues there. And the Yokava also reconciled. So at this point, we have gone town by town, county by county. We have reconciled every single town, every single county. Now you notice that Melissa and Heidi are meticulously logging new numerically coded seals as they lock those ballot boxes back up, because every single box of ballots will get returned to the municipality for safekeeping for 22 months, unless, of course, we're hand counting those ballots in one of our 11 recounts. It will also be happening here at 45 Commerce Drive over the next week. Or we may also have a hand recount of CD2. We don't know yet, but if we did that, we would then be counting those ballots 1 by 1 out of those boxes. So what's next? What is left? We still have a couple of hours to go. And the next stage of this is going to be the least exciting, we hope, process. And that is at the bank of computers. So what we need now to do is we need to upload every single cast vote record for all of the towns in all of the counties into one ginormous spreadsheet of over 400,000 cast vote records. What's a cast vote record? It is a record of every vote cast. It is a single line in an Excel spreadsheet. It has the cast vote record number. It's a unique identifier for each ballot. It has the type of ballot that it was. So we had those ballots that were entered in with the DS200. We had those auxiliary ballots. And then you can see first choice, second choice, third choice in that cast vote record, whether that was for Golden, Ontario, the write-in, or what we call an undervote, which means that they didn't fill in a circle, or an overvote. They liked them all. They picked them all. Now, Jared Golden and Austin, Ontario are going to keep their first place votes. They don't lose any votes from that initial tally. What happens is those 12,000 other voters who pick someone other than Golden or Ontario, in our program, once we've uploaded those cast vote records, so we have all of those second choices for anyone who undervoted, meaning they didn't fill in that first choice, or picked write-in, we're going to look at those second choices, and those second choices are going to get reallocated to Golden, Ontario. And that's going to happen in the flick of a push of a button on the computer. But what we have to do first is upload all those cast vote records into the system. We need to then proof those cast vote records. What is that going to look like? It isn't going to be the campaigns. It's going to be the election officials just making sure that the number of cast vote records per town matches the number of ballots cast, which was proofed by the campaigns right here at this table in front of everyone. That's a process. Like I said, it's going to take a couple of hours to do that. Director Peckham, Deputy Packard, they had to go with the ballots to deposit them back in the secure location. They'll be back. They'll be doing that work. Oh no, Director Peckham's right there. It's Deputy Packard that went off site. So Director Peckham will be doing that. Now, if there are any cast vote records that don't upload for some reason, well, we got the ballots. We can do some scanning. We can do some reconciliation. We can fix that town. We've got all of the ballots here. Paper ballots are the gold standard. So that's why people are like, how long is this going to take? Is it going to be all night? Well, hopefully not. Hopefully all those cast vote records will come into the system smoothly. We'll be able to go in a couple of hours, but it is a slow process because it's over 400,000 records. And then Director Peckham and Deputy Packard are going to be meticulously going town by town through CD2 to make sure they've got everything. All right. Don't go away unless you do want to go away. You got a couple of hours. You can go to town, run an errand, get some ice cream, rake the leaves, go back online and do some actual work. We will give you some advance notice before we hit that button and run that ranked choice voting tabulation. Meantime, back here, we've got several members in the media. I'm going to go offline and go do a couple of interviews. We've got congressional observers still with us on day 4 of the ranked choice voting tabulation from both the Democratic and Republican side. We've got the attorneys from both the Golden Ontario campaign and other representatives from the Democratic and Republican parties. So shout out to everybody. Things have gone very civilly, very smoothly here in Augusta. Shout out to our hardworking elections division and our law enforcement providing security on site. Now we upload, we proof, we reconcile, then we run that second choice ranked choice voting tabulation. I'll be back in a bit. But this will stay live. What? And drink some water. I'll be right back. This is my water.
we would need to do. Absolutely. Voting tabulation using all these steps. First, we have to scan all of the ballots from towns that on election night. We also ballots using see their results here. Finally, there's some ballots that are coupled or that we have to count by hand here on site. And those hand counts have to match what's going on by hand as well. So that part is first, making sure we have all the ballots. Second, we have to reconcile. So we go by results reported by towns to the Secretary of State after the election with what we're going to do. The candidates have to sign off by reconciliation. And if there's any difference, we have to figure out why, which we've done with a number of towns. Next is uploading the record of every vote we have. That's what we're doing right now. It'll take a couple of hours because there were over 400,000 votes cast in Congressional District 2. Once we have a record, every single vote that's cast, it's done on the spreadsheet. Then we can let the computer do the work of re-aggregating the second choice votes. On election day, Jared Golden was lead. There were about 12,000 voters that did not pick either Jared Golden or Austin Traeger, as there was less than 1% difference between the two, of 2,000 votes. Those other 12,000 voters, second choices could mathematically, probable that it's possible to change the outcome. That's what we need to see today when we run that ranked choice voting tabulation. Will it be like 2022 when the ranked choice voting tabulation upholds the election night winner? Jared Golden won the plurality on election night, won the ranked choice voting tabulation. Or will it be like 2018 where was the lead with plurality in on election night, but in the ranked choice voting tabulation, the second choice votes of those folks who didn't choose either Golden or choice Golden, and keep voted in with the ranked choice voting tabulation. So that's what I was waiting to see. Like I said, this upload and then reviewing, checking everything very meticulously, just like it counting. It's going to take a couple hours. And if there are any problems, it can take longer. We hope that will go smoothly and we'll be ready to push the button and have the computer reallocate those second choice votes for us. Sure. So on election day, if you're in a large town or even a medium-sized town like my hometown of Manchester, so you put your ballot into a calculator. The calculator just scanning the votes and counting them up. At the end of the night, the polls close. What the towns do to count those ballots is they press a button on the machine and it generates the receipts for the votes. That's a long receipt, longer than a CVS receipt. And you can see a record of every vote cast in every race that was on the ballot. And that's why those are so incredibly long. For the write-ins, you actually see a little image of each of the ballots. So we saw those tapes, we got those out because we wanted to look at a couple of towns to make sure that the volunteers who are working really hard on election night, they might be super tired, making sure that they didn't make any mistakes when they carried over the numbers off of those tapes that come directly from the tabulator to the sheets that they produce as the official results of the town or unofficial results, right? So the certification, clerks go back and they look at the tapes, they look at those sheets, they upload to us what from the town's perspective, the official results were, right? And so we have the sheets from the towns. Clerks work extraordinary overtime in weeks leading up to the election and on election day itself. So people are human. Sometimes there's a little error, they put the number in the wrong place. We found a couple of those. That's okay. There's time to correct it because official certification, the entire election, happens through the Secretary of State's office on or before November 25th. That's 20 days. So going back and reconciling everything for every race in the state, even those that don't go to ranked choice voting tabulation or to recounts.
And all of that stuff is fine.
That's right. So elections are incredibly well done. There is paperwork backup for everything that happens. If someone makes a mistake, they don't throw that paperwork away. They make a notation, explanation, sign it, and send updated paperwork. Right? So we have a record of everything that happens. Even when a voter messes up a ballot, we saw some really dirty ballots. I think somebody dropped a ballot in a puddle or something. I'm not sure. But in me, we have a process. You spoil your ballot, spill coffee on it, you drop it in a lead puddle. You can get a second ballot. The clerk has to record that that original ballot is spoiled. They stamp it, they keep it in a separate spoiled ballot. They never throw it.
Question about the
12,000.
sorry, 12,000. That were complete.
That's an estimation.
But are the ballots that did
Yep.
Okay, they are.
Yes, under the ranked choice voting law passed by the voters in 2016. If someone skips first choice, maybe they're like, yeah, I don't really like any of these guys. But in the second choice column, they pick someone, that vote's still out.
But it would only be counted if
That's right. On election night, all the first choices are counted and published. On election night, the first choice votes for the ranked choice candidates are counted and shared with the public by candidates. If it goes to the second choice of some voters, that's what happens for investment under the supervision of the Department of Secretary.
last question. If there is a recount, what is that process?
So we're doing a recount right now down the hall in Lewiston, and the recounts for every race in Maine follow the same rules. It is representatives from each side. They are the ones counting the ballots as they can under the supervision of Department of Secretary of State employees. Thank you. We do a recount, that would be $400,000. So. Anybody else? Or you guys all set? And you guys know what happened just now? Yeah. Okay. Just later. Yes. No problem. I'll be around it. Thanks.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So Reese, do you have any questions? But if you do get a request, think so. Yes. So we've got another. Just chilling. We've got some. Do you see the page not the other
The CD2 candidates may finally find out who won. We're just moments away from the right choice runoff tabulation.
It doesn't get out. Exactly. The chair. It's been an exciting couple of days. I was there this morning before I came here about calling the kids back. Make sure everyone's pretty much. That's why they come on. That's why we want to. Yes, that is still not an investigation right there. 99.999% sure it will.
What happened?
Threat was written on the wall of that. Yeah. The balance for longer since 2012. 2013.
The what?
School board, I'm the chair.
Oh, really?
It's a long time for 20 years.
2013. Was from 14.
So welcome back. We're checking in. I'm here with Emily Cook, my communications director. We just stopped by the Lewiston recount that is happening in a room close by. That recount is going well. They're now sorting out the absentee ballots and so far upholding the election night win for incumbent Representative Mike LaJoy, that Democrat in Lewiston. Now, here we are at the ranked choice voting tabulation, and you might be wondering, what's happening at that computer back there? They are uploading the cast vote records from every town and every county in the Congressional District 2. Now, as you can see from this whiteboard, there are 11 counties in Congressional District 2, and we went through a methodical and painstaking and very slow process of scanning ballots from towns that count by hand. Those are our smaller towns. You might have, in one town, I think there were 43 votes, in another town, 4. Do you remember which one? Where?
Glenwood Plantation.
Glenwood Plantation, 4 voters in Glenwood Plantation. And of course, we call those precincts, right? Our towns are precincts, except for in our larger cities that have multiple precincts. Once we had scanned ballots from hand count towns, once we had uploaded memory devices from tabulators, once we had actually manually created cast vote records from auxiliary ballots, which are those ballots that couldn't be counted couldn't go through the scanner here, or couldn't go through the scanners in the towns. Once we had all the ballots, we went through a methodical reconciliation process with both campaigns, town by town, county by county. Now we have to upload all of the cast vote records, and that gets proved, and then we will be ready to, in fact, move forward with ranked choice voting tabulation, letting the computer do the work for us of allocating those second place votes. Now, the room is largely empty, except we have a couple of congressional observers. We have a couple of campaign representatives. They've been with us for the entire 4 days. And we have several members of the media really excited about when we're finally able to hit that button and publish those results. So you can also see some election officials just waiting, standing by, in case there were any issues. What kind of issue might happen? Well, you might see what happened earlier today. If we have any difficulties uploading any records, then we might have to go and get ballots and do a rescan. Not a big deal if it happens. It would just slow down the process. But that's why we have some election officials standing by. You also see law enforcement standing by, safeguarding both the people and the ballots and the process. We really appreciate that partnership between our election officials and law enforcement in this process to protect the integrity, not only of Maine elections themselves, but of the ranked choice voting tabulation and recount processes. So I'm going to do a walk around, see how things are going, and we'll be right back. Emily, welcome. You've been in the recount room. Do you want to share what's happening over there?
Yeah, so in Lewiston, the absentee ballots are processed all together. And if you know Lewiston, you might know that there are 4 House districts in the city. So they are making sure that they are only counting those House District 96 ballots. So there's a big sorting operation happening, making sure that they have the ballots from House District 96 and not any of those other Lewiston House districts, not any of those referendum ballots. We're not recounting those. So they're doing a lot of sorting. Then they'll do those tallying, doing that counting, making sure we know who the winner is in that House District 96 race. So you might have heard this update already. There's 3 different wards that House District 96 overlaps with in Lewiston. In Ward 4, there were 2 additional votes for current Representative Mike LaJoy. In Ward 6, those numbers came out exactly even with those election night results. They were tallying Ward 7 when I left that room to come over here and sorting through those centrally processed absentees. So like here, Lewiston does have some of those UOCAVA voters. So they'll be tallying those ones as well, again, just for House District 96.
So Emily, I just checked in with Director Peckham. She's our elections director. She's running this ranked choice voting tabulation. Of course, she was here on site in 2018 and 2022. This is her third ranked choice voting tabulation ever, and very experienced. She tells me they're still waiting for that data. They're not yet ready to proof. When they're ready to proof, she'll let me know, because that proofing will take a couple of hours. At that point, we'll give that sign to everyone else. So if you are hoping to be here when this happens, you've got time, go get a snack, go get lunch if you haven't had it already. Nobody wants hangry viewers. Go run an errand, or, you know, we talked about a lot of scenic places in Emily in these counties. So take a little drive, come back. We are going to be here live streaming. We are not going to turn the camera off so that folks can see, but there isn't going to be a lot happening for some time. You want to switch streams to see what's happening? It's almost over. So we're about to announce the votes in Lewiston. I'm actually going to walk over to the Lewiston recount. I, for myself, want to see what's going on in Lewiston. I'm excited to see the results of that recount over there. So I'm going to walk over to Lewiston. I'll catch you on the Facebook live stream from the Secretary of State's Facebook page if you want to meet me over there. And then we'll come back as we're proofing this data. So we're still waiting for those cast vote records, over 400,000 cast vote records. Then we'll be proofing it. Then we'll be ready to go. See you on the Lewiston live stream. You guys want to go there? You can. They tell us that they're getting close. It's also not statewide news.
not there, let me know.
Right, sounds good.
You're right. Probably not. website.
Welcome back to the ranked choice voting tabulation for Congressional District 2. It's pretty quiet in this room as we wait for data uploads and reconciliation. Now, I will say I was just in a Lewiston recount. It wasn't that much more exciting. They are sorting the absentee ballots because remember, there were 2 ballots on election day, a candidate ballot and a referendum ballot. And before they can actually count those HD 96 ballots, they needed to sort them out, candidates and referendums. So that's what was going on in the live stream on Facebook. And then, so they've got absentees, which are processed centrally in Lewiston, and then they'll have those military and overseas ballots to recount in Lewiston in House District 96. That is happening just down the hall here at 45 Commerce Drive. Really appreciate the partnership. We are co-located with Maine State Police. Appreciate their stepping up with security. Capitol Police is on site today, as is Secretary of State Enforcement Division. Now in this room, it's pretty quiet. That's because we have completed, as you can see on the whiteboard, we have scanned ballots for all of our counties. We've uploaded memory devices for all of our counties. We've proved and reconciled those cast vote records on a town by town, county by county basis. We've proved and reconciled the totals on a town by town, county by county basis. And so now we're just waiting. We're uploading data and they need to be proofing. I'm going to walk over and see how it's going. If it's going well, then within a couple of hours, we'll be hitting a button and running that ranked choice voting tabulation, which will take about 12,000 ballots where voters didn't choose either Jared Golden or Austin Terrio, the 2 front runners in the 3-person race, the 3rd person being a declared write-in candidate, Diane Miranda. So voters chose someone other than Golden or Terrio. And so under ranked choice voting, we look at their second choices. And what the computer program will do is roll up those second choices for us. So I'm going to go see what's going on. I'll be back. All right, the proofreading is started. So Director Peckham reports that she successfully uploaded the data. Remember, there are over 400,000 records of votes cast. And so those have successfully uploaded, we think. Now we prove that cast vote record. So she's requested that the election employees come over and support her in that proofing process. And so that's what's happening now. So they're going to go town by town, county by county. She said she's going to enlist all of the staff to do that, which we're excited to see. And we'll see how that goes. Now, if anything isn't there, what would happen? Well, we would have to go back and make sure we have those cast vote records. That might require scanning ballots. It might require uploading memory devices. So fingers crossed, the proofing goes well, and we'll be ready to go when we are finished with all of those towns. But it could take a little bit of time. So patience is the watchword, because in elections, you're checking everything multiple times. There are a lot of checks and balances on our election integrity, and that is so important. So I'm going to go off camera for a little bit, take a drink of water. What you're going to see in the back is proofreading results. So Director Peckham is giving some instructions to our elections officials who will be helping her proofread those towns. So, and we are glad we have representatives from the Terrio and Golden campaigns. Actually, it looks like just the Terrio campaign in the room right now. We have a lot of media though, and of course there is the live stream. I know a lot of the Democrats and Republicans are down the hall in the recount for Lewiston, because folks were really curious. What was that hand count of those Lewiston ballots going to reveal? So far, it's revealed that it was accurate on election night, and that Mike LaJoy, who's the winner in House District 96, is continuing to prevail in that hand count of that House district in Lewiston. So I'll be back after a drink of water and a little bit of time. Would you like an interview or just a question?
Not yet. Probably for the 6th. I do have a question.
Yeah.
If you could refresh me on what exactly that means. I know you have to do all 400,000. What is
So they're looking at Aroostook County, Allagash. So on the notebooks that they have, that the campaign's proved, they know the total number of votes for Golden and for Terrio, and the total number for Allagash total. So they should have a record for each vote for Allagash. And that should tie out to the totals in those notebooks that the campaigns have already approved.
So.
Then they'll go down to the next town, and I don't know what the next town is in Aroostook. It's probably, so they just go
basically-
town by town to look at those totals.
Gotcha. So basically just like proving all of the verifications that you did,
Yeah.
making sure that after you solved the discrepancies, you're able to match the votes from election night to the votes that you have here and include the records.
Yeah, did I show you a cast vote record? I don't think I did. Anybody want to see a cast vote record?
Why not?
I'm not.
Why
I'm
not?
gonna ask Encore. Just for fun, I'll show you what this is, right? We got time. So this is an example of a cast vote record for these particular ballots. So you can see a cast vote record number. This is just a randomly assigned number, although they're sequential. And then you see Auburn. Ballot style, these are auxiliary ballots, they're ballots that are collected. That first ballot in this envelope is golden, undervote, undervote. Undervote means blank. So they want a golden and nobody else. The second vote, the second ballot in that batch is golden, blank, blank. Third vote, they did golden, golden, golden. And it's random, but it's like this. Let's go to a different way. So actually, we're going to come across. So if you look at Wales. Oh, there it is. There should be only one ballot in here for Wales. Okay. See that? Ballot. You can see that they voted for golden, blank, blank. So it says golden, undervote, undervote. Okay. So in the system, there are 403 something thousand of these. They're organized by town. See, so actually, I'm just going to seal this up. Everybody's going to make sure that I've done it and put it. Right. Hopefully, and there will be a bunch of tweets about how Secretary Wallace and Anthony do it together with the turn against whole election. Put those back. This is proved record. We keep that. So here, let's look for the blank. I mean, most people picked Golden Ontario, right? They both got over 190,000 votes. Okay, here's so you can see here's some write-ins. So write-in, Golden Ontario. Here's one where they left the first one blank, undervote, so that's a blank, Ontario. So this undervote, this blank one, is one of those 12,000. Ontario is going to get that vote. This write-in is one of that 12,000. Gold is going to get that vote. Okay. So there are. Do you want to see these two?
Okay.
Okay. So there are 400,000 of these now successfully put together. A spreadsheet, make a spreadsheet. And so what the team is now doing, so they're going through that mega spreadsheet and see if I have any binders left. So here's Abbott, Scattergood County, right? And so they match the number of votes, right? So Ontario, so Golden had 147, Ontario had 257, and there were 5 blanks for a total of 4. So what they're doing over there is they're making sure that in the town of Abbott and Scottsdale County, these totals tie out in the CASVO leads that they've got. Okay? Once they've done that for the 400,000 CASVO records, they know that they've got those totals. They're going to feel confident that the database is good to go. They're going to run the program that is going to take those second choices for in Abbott. It would be the 5 blanks. The second choices for those votes that roll up, either carry or gold. $100%. We saw a lot of that.
Was there any?
So I can speak to the Okawas. In the Okawas, there were about 108 actual blanks. There were 7 voters who didn't fill anything out at all, so undervote. But filled out somebody in the second choice. Okay. And then for the write-ins, there were like 22 write-ins. 11 of them, this is from memory, so if I'm getting it wrong, forgive me. But I believe 11 of them were for Brenda and 11 of them for other people. So you've got 22. Blank, 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 blank. Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember the exact number. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why I keep saying about 12,000, because once you get into exacts, somebody's gonna get mad at you. Oh, was I? Okay, that works for me. So, can we return that to the, hey, thank you. Is that helpful to understand what's going on? Yeah. No, I mean, who knows what a CASVO record is? I did it before I was secretary. Yes.
So it's 2 on here. Hancock. Shoot.
That's where I grew up, and this is the military and overseas votes. Yokohama.
Okay. Didn't know that was.
No
like
worries.
a play.
U is uniform.
Mm.
O is overseas.
Got you. Okay.
Great. So we just did a demonstration. You know, I wanted to make sure the media understood what are those cast vote records so that they could see what that looks like in a database. I also showed it to the 2 campaigns, right? So we had representatives from Terry and Golden's campaigns checking that out, just because I want folks to understand what is happening at that table. And what is happening is proofing over 400,000 records of the votes cast. We call them cast vote records. And they're literally lines on a spreadsheet. So there's a unique identifier for the cast vote record. Then we see the town that cast vote record is from. We see a ballot type. So you saw some auxiliary ballots that had to be counted by hand. And then you see the first choice, second choice, third choice. So you might see Golden blank blank. You might see Terrio, Terrio, Terrio. You might see write-in Terrio or write-in Golden. Or you might see a blank, which we call undervotes. Undervotes are when they don't fill in those circles. So you might see undervote Terrio or undervote Golden. And in fact, when I was showing them a literal cast vote record from some of those auxiliary ballots that were proofed by the campaigns before, we could see that. We could see that there were some voters who in fact didn't fill out the circle in the first column, but did fill out a circle in the second column. For whatever reason they did that, that vote still counts in the ranked choice voting tabulation. We also saw some voters on those cast vote records that filled in a write-in and then a choice for Terry or Golden. And so those choices, those second choices get rolled up in this process. So I'll be back in a bit. We have proofing going on in the back of the table. with those elections volunteers, looks like we also have a Dunkin' run. Wow. Well, we won't put that on the table with the computer, right? No spilling the Dunkin' onto the table, onto the computers. Anyway, elections runs on Dunkin'. They didn't pay me to say that. All right, we'll be back in a few. So, do you guys need anything else right now? Okay. If we're still here, right? If we're here. So, I mean, computers can be finicky, and so we saw this earlier in the day. I think to transfer over. I don't know what happened. If there's a town, if we looked at the notebook, say, sorry, I can't remember the town the number of votes, but say hypothetically, Hancock, I don't have it's right now, there are about 2,500 people. Say there were 1,000 votes in Hancock. Approved in the binder, but then in the passport records right over to upload, there were only 800 or 500. So it goes out. Everything. So it could, worst case scenario, so that's why they're not here. It's inside. I remember inside. Scan back with ballots. But why we don't make promises. So as 45th, we're gonna go. I think, unless something really disastrous. In which case we'll go tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
So Shanna's giving an introduction to the press. Okay, I'll be back. Also, did she tell you that,
Did she?
her team in DC apparently also just did their wedding in the room, so that's how she.
Either that.
It's almost like you know what you're talking about. Yeah, thank you. I cleaned up on my Megatron. Remember my going away party? We watched the live. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm just here to fix the live stream. One moment, bear with me.
I got the rush. Okay, go. Wow, guys, this is really rush. Okay. 7:90. Good try. Yeah, now you know. Chris, I'm sorry. You're One day, but it's, but so there's gonna be 19 out of fun, so we have 8 that are unspeed off, and then 19 that were.
You need me or you good?
No, no, don't need you. I'm gonna, so we can see you in a minute.
Yeah.
So I need to look this way. When I reference the board, I need to go this way. To move out of the shot so you can get that. That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Nine, 16, which is 6 more than our original.
This whole time I've been saying,
Yes, it's basically right.
verify and validate those 11 counties. With 12 yields.
Oh, you will call them?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not the county, that's just our uniform, not just, but it's our something from the county. It's a uniform of the voters. So. It's a good question.
It's accurate if I say 11 counties. There is 12.
Yeah, it is accurate. So, even though it says like, well, it's not a county, so you're saying you're like there.
Okay.
Because basically, when we do have a voter's vote, we set up a polling place in our office for your kids to vote and to have voters vote. So it's a separate polling location that's not municipality based. Whereas if you're doing absentee, you're voting based on municipality. So you're sending the ballot back to the municipality.
I'm not doing on such day. I'll be done work.
Yeah. Do you want Shanna to get on this?
My job is to simplify the information. I think that's not
11 counties is great.
perfect.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thanks.
Yeah, oh yeah, you do.
Right.
Why is it not charging? I have 12% battery on my phone. Why is it not charging?
I pressed the live.
What's your live number? Sorry. Big bubble. Oh. I think my stuff is wet and I don't know if this is right.
call this.
Yes, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. I am using one mic. I'm using the lab. I wasn't I can stand this close. I'm gonna reference the board. Or do you need me closer?
I think right there. We get.
So light hitting decent enough, or do I need to stay closer?
I'll adjust. I'm not hearing you. Let's go for it. How are they right now? Sorry, my mic is on.
Good, how are you? It is perfectly fine. Okay, bet. That's just green, huh? What'd you say? Yeah, you can get time codes, that'd be great. And if I start talking too much, just say slow down. Two minutes. say I look good. Thank you. Yes, the moves are superb. Probably should stick to lip syncing, but everything else, yeah. Is it Brian and Sam? I think that's what they say.
It might be able to figure out. Since we're not right off the top. It's on. It's just- Yes. That's good. Just-
Excuse me, sorry.
So it used to be the grandma's house. Yeah, yeah. It's really funny. Right on the railroad tracks. Yeah. Sounds great. No, it's really- I'm getting used to it. We used to go down to, we used to take our four-wheeler. I don't know if it's still like this, but where the train crossing is, there used to be like a patch of pavement. We used to go down there and go to the summer. It's the only place you can spot the tires over there. Yeah.
We're expecting results sometime in the coming hours, but we're not exactly sure when they will be coming out. They have already done reconciliation for all of the towns. Now they've uploaded all more than 400,000 votes onto their, what they're describing as a giant spreadsheet. And the next step will be proofreading all of those results before we get those final results and they tabulate them here. Now, neither incumbent Jared Golden or his Republican challenger Austin Terrio managed to receive 50% of the votes. So state law says that there has to be a ranked choice runoff. That's because writing candidate Diana Miranda received 420 votes. These
Hey,
votes
you
will
guys.
now be
So
based
as you
on
said,
the
ranked choice
vote
vote tabulations have been going on since Tuesday. All this week, Maine Secretary of State Shanna Bellows and her team have been working to verify and validate votes, not in one county, not in two counties, but 11 counties in Maine in that Congressional District 2. In that district, and on election night, Jared Golden led the race by 2,000 votes, and Terrio fell behind, but that wasn't more than a 1% lead there. Now, there's this table behind me, if you guys can come back and see, because I want you to see what we're looking at here and what they're doing now. After finalizing and verifying the votes from those 11 counties, the team is now moving to this table here, where all of the magic is happening. They are proofing those votes. They're going through, checking the books, checking the data from what they uploaded in the system, making sure that everything matched before they press that button. And the button will go through those second ranked choice votes for those some 12,000 or more voters who did not choose Terrio or Golden as their first ranked choice. It will also go through those voters who chose Miranda as their first ranked choice and may have chosen either Terrio or Golden in their second ranked choice vote. So I know that all throughout the week we've been saying, you know, they're working to get done. It's coming. We don't know when. Today should be the day. That is what we are expecting. In a few hours, they said this probing process they're doing right now takes about 2 hours. So we are in here for the long haul. We are hoping to have some results here so we can see what the final results are in that tabulation to see whether Terrio or Golden took the race in the second congressional district. Back to you guys. I think they switched to the I asked them to come back, but I don't know if they did it. No, not yet. Do you know? Did I say come back?
I think, yeah, because I tried zooming in, but you were like, you weren't stepping out of the way.
Did I get out of the
And
house?
then you didn't really get up. Well, I mean, I saw a little bit, but you weren't. I thought you were walking quickly out and you didn't. But then you like started addressing the camera again. So I was like, oh, she wants me just to be here.
Enough.
We're just gonna look on the TV, but just let her know when you're going live and just stop.
Hello?
Unless it starts. So why don't you go ahead and get working on
Oh,
the
they
TV?
have the
She's just trying to work out how to get the results right.
Yeah.
Last time we brought the laptop over, we didn't really want to do that. It was not great. No promises. Mary, I'm gonna go in here and make him right back out.
Sounds
I'll
good.
try to only actually.
Okay. No.
Either go ahead and-
All right.
You're really-
I think you're gonna be right there.
Maybe a little bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I know, right? That's on me.
Yeah, plenty of road. Not a busy road. Is that house up there? Yeah. Used to, I don't know if it's still like this, but if you drove down that. Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna clap a little bit and then I'll keep going. So I just walked around to see how things are going. Things are going well, town by town. They're proofing those record of cast votes. We call them cast vote records in elections. It is quite literally in the computer a unique identifier that records every vote cast by every voter in Congressional District 2. I'm Shanna Bellows. We're here at the ranked choice voting tabulation. We're on the 4th day. If we complete today, it will have been 3.5 days that it took us, just like 2022. And this is the race between Congressman Golden and Representative Austin Terrio and declared write-in Diane Miranda. Diane Miranda's decision to be a declared write-in, to be an official candidate for Congress, made this a ranked choice race, which gave voters the option to make first choice, second choice, third choice vote. There were about 12,000 votes for whom those voters didn't choose as their first choice preference either Golden or Terrio. And that's what triggered that ranked choice voting tabulation, because the difference between the two was only about 2,000 votes. So the first 3 days, or yeah, I would say 2.5 days of the process was scanning ballots from all those towns, those little tiny towns, including Glenwood Plantation, 4 voters in that town, towns with single digits and double digit voters who hand count their ballots on election night. We brought those ballots down thanks to the Maine State Police and Secretary of State Enforcement Division, scanned those ballots. We uploaded memory devices, especially counties like Kennebec County and Androscoggin County. They have a lot of medium-sized to larger towns and cities. So they use those DS200 scanners from ES&S for counting the votes on election night. So we needed to upload the memory devices specific to those towns that were used on election night, so we could make sure that we had the cast vote records from those towns. Then we reconciled, and I think everyone who's an accountant at home or auditor at home was probably chuckling to themselves. They're very familiar with reconciliation. So are election workers. Election workers are always doing things in pairs of 2, doing things twice, checking things twice, testing things, proving things, making sure that they are verifying everything that they do. There's a lot of precision that goes into running an election, from the style of the ballot, the way the ballot is designed, the programming of the memory devices that are used in those tabulators that are never connected to the internet, to verifying the vote. And so we reconciled all of the towns for all of the counties. Then we had to upload all that data. That has happened. And finally, we are proving that data. We're making sure that we have a cast vote record for every single voter. Now, I walked back to see where we are, and we're making progress, but this is a slow process. It started about a half hour ago, and initially my elections director said it could take 2 hours. So we're an hour to an hour and a half away, we hope, if everything goes well. Now, keep in mind, we might have a situation like we had where perhaps the data didn't upload correctly, and we'll see that in the database, and then we would need to go back and get those ballots and scan those ballots again if any towns didn't measure up to the reconciled totals that the campaigns verified for us earlier today for every county across the state. So that's what's happening right now, is that proofreading, that reconciliation, that final reconciliation before we're ready to go, rolling up those second choice votes. So you've got time to, get dinner going, put it in the oven. You got at least a half hour, maybe an hour and a half, and I'll be back in a bit. Meanwhile, if you're looking for something fun, head down to the Lewiston recount, 45 Commerce Drive as well.
Like a bad storm, like US. Everybody move it around. Show it. I get that. You guys. The winter before that. Why? You know, just that was so cold. Yeah. And make sure make sure that your heat is reaching. So sometimes like my house has a pressure tank, so like, you got like some. Let's put the instant water heater. Put one hot water. We'll have a big adjustment. Yeah, honestly. A lot, I don't know about this, but like, I've never fully lived like for 6 months. In an apartment. Grew up in, spring, actually. Rural, yeah, sure. Yeah.
College. Okay. I've heard of that.
Oh, really?
I'm in Georgia. A lot of friends from Tennessee.
Yep.
I've heard of it. No, because there's also the UT part, which is different from one I know Memphis.
Yes. Yes.
I went to Georgia, so. Tennessee. Yes. Last time, that's Georgia, Barack Obama was president. So, and AirPods weren't better yet, so Tennessee's had a rough go again. Go ahead against Georgia. But I think they have to. The only time I ever felt the record in my life was like in sports context. Oh no, I mean, they burn their own city. Right? It's like, it's like the Patriots. The Patriots running like a 1-6. Or with their captain, Tom Brady. 42 is like life expectancy.
Yeah.
Got sandwiches from Wawa. Different that you'll find it's funny. Yeah, they just like, please, if you happen to live in Philadelphia, you don't go to the bar.
That's the silver lining. Let's get a cut in or
What's your opinion?
Good news is that this is the property.
Sure.
Very well.
Welcome back to the ranked choice voting tabulation here at 45 Commerce Drive. Now, if you want to see the actual ranked choice voting tabulation, you can come on down. This is a public proceeding. We will be here until it is complete, unless there's something we can't reconcile. We've got to find additional ballots, or when I say additional, I don't mean additional, I mean rescan or re-upload something that we had done previously and reconciled. So if that data didn't upload into the large system, then we might have to go back, but hopefully we won't have to do that. So we are here at 45 Commerce Drive. We have a somewhat tired media bank, but they're being very good sports, and they're waiting patiently. Fingers crossed. Maybe we've got an hour, maybe 2 hours left. So you can definitely put dinner in the oven, maybe get on the treadmill, keep the live stream in the corner, and we will be back soon. I'm going to circle around and see how things are going.
They're usually really good. No.
You're about to head out? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
I know, we'll be watching online.
Okay.
Thank
Are you both headed out? Again, I'm sorry you're missing the excitement. Nice to see you guys. I'll see you for the recounts, maybe?
Possibly.
Okay, all right. Excellent, thank
All right,
you.
thank you. This spot that there's somewhere.
So you're okay.
It's got a water hose, so they go there and drink, so. Well, it's not very clear whether that's water. But they're not. It's just water. A lot of it. And it seems like the days that there's 1 year there, there's 12 years there, and then there's 2 days where there's no year. Just gotta track it. Shut a dough out of there. I pulled out, like last Friday. I pulled out, morning, all this stuff. Start walking to where they go. That's 2 pounds of deer right there. Keep walking up to the deer. All right. Well, and I set up one piece of
The last time that happened was in 2018 when the incumbent Congressman Bruce Hoffman was found by Coleman and the
what is that? Well,
I live in South David. Oh, wait, there's some.
So here's a fun fact about elections. I just did a media interview to give an update to our television crews, told them, you know, things are going smoothly. And then I looked back because I was curious about what was the conversation. Were there any problems? And Heidi educated me again about a provision in Maine law. So if you live in one of Maine's townships, some unorganized territories, they choose one municipality and all their voters from that township vote in that municipality. But some townships allow the voter under the law to choose where they want to vote, anywhere in their surrounding towns. Why would they do that? Well, you've got some of those townships that are small in population, but large in land area size. And so Argyle Township is the township that they are on. And I was like, why is Argyle Township taking so long? It's 28 votes, right? And that's because some residents of Argyle vote in Edinburgh. Some residents vote in Old Town. Those residents have the choice of where they vote. And yet, in elections, we have to make sure that we are counting all of the ballots from Argyle Township accurately. And so that's part of the proofing that's happening in this process. Now, earlier today, when the Democratic and Republican lawyers were going through and proofing those hand count ballots from those townships, one of the attorneys made a joke about needing to update that law, saying that it's confusing sometimes because sometimes on election night, folks will get a report for a township and a report for the town where that township is voting that includes those votes. And so people think that they have won, and then they realize either votes have been double counted, not double counted, but double reported, just because they get folded in with that other town. I'm probably not being very clear because it's late in the day on a Friday, TGIF, right? But what I want to say is that if you're a voter in Argyle Township, you get to choose where you vote. And so the towns that host those voters have to track those Argyle Township votes separately from their own town's votes. They report that to us, and that's what we're proofing right now. So we're going line by line, township by township, town by town, through all of those 400,000 plus cast vote records. When that is complete, Director Peckham is going to load up the computer program that is going to basically, it's going to reallocate those second choice votes. So for those 12,000 voters who voted neither for Jared Golden nor for Austin Terrio, their second choices still matter. Those votes still matter, and their second choices will get rolled up to Golden or Terrio in accordance with their preferences, and we'll see how things go. In the TV interview I just did, they asked me, so are you confident it's going to happen tonight? I am hopeful it's going to happen tonight. The level of professionalism, the level of care and methodical, careful proofing that has happened over the last 3 days is truly incredible. So I'm very hopeful that we will continue to see that data uploaded successfully, that we have those over 400,000 cast vote records, that we have the right number of votes for each town in accordance with what was proofed and approved by the campaigns, and that we're ready to go and ready to run that ranked choice voting tabulation. I told the TV station, I'm hoping I get home in time for supper. So Brandon, please have something. I'm gonna need it. All right, take care, guys. We'll be back in a bit. Hopefully it's as confident as I can be. Oh, very much.
So that's why I would say 2022, we thought we were ready. Right. And instead, we started the night business having to work out. So I think we just went like how to get out. It was a small problem. We just go with balance and let's go here. Yeah. Because what? Because again. Sorry. Yeah, so we heard that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so definitely let's before, yeah. The story, the life story that you think was. I guess right. Yeah. Yeah. Last. The voice. That would be the voice meditation. Yeah. 27. 188. Benedict. 173. Yeah. 194. Yes. That's 14. No, that's 43. That is 103. 77. 148. Aurora. Cranberry Isle, Vermont. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
It is over.
I shouldn't have left this open. So I'm Secretary of State Shanna Bellows. We are live at 45 Commerce Drive. If you're just getting out of work, you can come on down, join the media, join the representatives from the campaigns, hear from the Golden and the Terrio campaigns. We are hopeful we are going to conduct that ranked choice voting tabulation tonight. So we are really hopeful that that's what we'll see happen. Of course, in 2022, of course, when we were doing this final proofing process, we realized we needed to rescan some ballots from Bangor. We're hoping that is not going to happen. We're going to see that ranked choice voting tabulation. Now, on election night, Jared Golden was, in fact, the apparent winner and indeed did get the most votes in Congressional District 2. Austin Terrio close second. However, there was a third candidate. Someone texted me, he's like, did we have a ranked choice voting ballot for CD2? And I said, yes, you voted in CD2. I know you did. And he said, I don't remember a third candidate. That's because it said write-in. And under Maine law, if there's a declared write-in candidate, in this case, Diane Miranda of Surrey, that declared write-in candidate becomes that third candidate. That's what triggered ranked choice voting, because you had 12,000 votes, people who did not vote for Golden, Terrio, or Miranda. And those votes are getting reallocated to Golden or Terrio. in accordance with the second choice preferences of those voters. So that's what we hope to see later tonight. I'm really hopeful it'll happen within the next hour. We've had more media representatives show up because they want to see the big reveal, and you will get to see it here on our live stream. I'm going to walk on down and see what's going on with the Lewiston recount. It's over? Okay, what's the result? All right, so I just heard the Lewiston recount is over, same result. I'm gonna go close down that live feed over there if it hasn't already closed down on our Facebook page. Congratulations to Representative Mike LaJoy winning another term out of Lewiston, and to everyone. All those election officials led by Kathy Montejo, the Lewiston City Clerk, those volunteer poll workers for Republicans and Democrats who worked so hard to run a free, safe, and secure election in Lewiston. So incredibly grateful for that hard work over there. So I'm gonna go down, make sure that Facebook live feed is down, congratulate the folks from both sides, and then we'll be right back here for the ranked choice voting tabulation. We hope that reveal, that final result, will be tonight. Don't go away. Julie, Julie, you gotta come over here.
Yeah, that's right, Scott and Kathleen. They've been working at this all day today to get this tabulation going. We're expecting it to come within the next few hours. They've done the reconciliation for each town. They've uploaded all of the votes. Now what we're waiting on is the proofreading process, which they say could take a few hours. So it could be within the next hour or so. But also it depends on if they find any mistakes. It could take even longer than that. Now, this is all because neither candidate, Jared Golden, or his challenger Republican, Austin Terrio, managed to receive 50% of the vote. So say lost a ranked choice runoff. That's because right candidate Diana Miranda received 420 votes. Those votes will now be distributed based on voters that have choice, along with about 12,000 voters who did not make the first choice in the round. I will decide the Secretary of State.
There's no showing that you just can't find a watch.
Now, Austin Terrio did call for a recount, however, depending on the results of this, he could win. So whoever loses the election will have to then again. So it could be a few days until we get the actual final result. How likely is that?
Yeah. No, yeah. Somebody needs to. So maybe that was. Yeah. I imagine. Yeah, well, I'm not a numbers guy. Maybe the bagels themselves. She's like, you want to talk? Yeah. Couple hours. Josh, shut up. All right. Well, they probably should. Seven percent.
We have. I don't know.
So you. You are representing that process. Yeah, that's what I. Sports after. 736.
Oh, really?
Welcome back to the ranked choice voting tabulation here live at the 45 Commerce Drive. That's a very odd camera angle for that one. Huh. I'm going to go change that potentially. But yes, we're here live at 45 Commerce Drive, waiting eagerly with bated breath for the final phase of the ranked choice voting tabulation for Congressional District 2. So it looks like proofing might be close to done, or maybe there's a pause. I'm going to find out what's going on, and I'll be right back.
Sorry, everyone, we will fix the live stream. Perfect.
So Mary's going to fix the live stream. If you're wondering why things are upside down, I mean, you can see under the table, so that's useful. No ballots under there. We're in a room full of media. We're in a room full of lawyers from the Ontario and Golden campaign. The Assistant Attorney General is with us here. Very, very helpful to have that partnership with the AG's office. We've got election officials paused at that table. Now, Julie Flynn is back in. She was out earlier this week and she was running the ranked choice voting recount in Lewiston. Deputy Secretary of State Julie Flynn has been doing elections in Maine for 30 years. Now, that's not quite as long as our recount expert, who was here with us from the Maine Republican Party, Kim Pettengill. Her first recount at the state level was in 1974. That's tremendous, tremendous service to our state, because our recounts really depend on that collaboration from the two political parties, Democrats and Republicans, showing up together to do those recounts. Now, the reconciliation process, I'm sure auditors or accountants at home are chuckling, because watching reconciliation of votes, watching proofreading is hardly riveting must-see TV. We live streamed this because over the last several years, there's been a lot of interest in elections, and rightfully so, because our system, the rule of law in the United States, the idea that here in our state, in Maine, every citizen who is 18 or over and is a resident of our state has the right to vote under the Constitution, no exceptions. That includes students attending schools at one of our fine universities. It includes people who are experiencing homelessness and don't have a home but live here in Maine. It includes people who may have made a mistake earlier, have a felony record or other record. It includes people who are incarcerated. It includes everyone with a disability. Everyone in Maine has the right to vote, no exceptions. That's in our Constitution. And we are one of only 2 states where that is true, Maine and Vermont. What else is special about Maine? We have high levels of voter participation. In 2022, we were first in the nation in voter participation, truly extraordinary. In 2020, we were third behind Minnesota and Colorado. Given that we saw more Maine citizens turn out to vote than ever before in 2024, we might be on track to be first again. Of course, we won't know that because the level of precision that you have seen with the vote verification over the last several days for Congressional District 2, that's the same level of precision and detail that our election staff pay in certifying the election. So they're going to be going over every single town's results very carefully, making sure that there were no typos, no transposition of numbers. We saw that earlier today with one town. They just accidentally, human error, placed the numbers for the state Senate in the Golden Ontario contest. So we had to fix that today with the attorneys here in full view. So that certification process, in fact, is really crucial and is yet another check and balance on the integrity of our elections. So we live streamed this in its entirety. The exciting parts, like when we're wheeling in the ballots from the different towns, the more boring parts when we're proofreading things. Why do we do that? Because we want every Maine citizen to know your election is free, fair, and secure. We have the utmost integrity, and it is a testament to the civil service, our election officials, our local clerks. You know, this month is Thanksgiving, right? As you're thinking about what you're thankful for, I am thankful for our local clerks all across the state in about 500 cities and towns. If you have a moment, stop by the clerk's office sometime this month. Bring them a meal, bring them some flowers, or just give them a hug or a nice card. Just say thank you. Thank you for working so hard to make our democracy run, to administer our elections. So I'm thrilled that Deputy Secretary Flynn is back in the saddle here. It sounds like she is updating our team, and they continue to proof those results in the back. Not particularly exciting, but important. They've got to make sure that every cast vote record, more than 400,000 voters in CD2, that there is a record of every single one of those ballots, every single one of those votes, that they've been uploaded successfully into our system, so that when we run the system, when we run the program, and shout out to ES&S and friends at the RCV Resource Center who worked with us on this computer software. We run that software, and that software is literally rolling up those blanks. So if there was a blank and then Ontario or Golden, we saw that earlier today with some of those manual hand count ballots, those second choices will roll up. If it's a write-in for the declared write-in, Diane Miranda, or for an undeclared write-in, perhaps your mom or dad, maybe your favorite local official, maybe Mickey Mouse. We did see, we saw Johnny Depp on one of the write-ins earlier today. In fact, it was Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp. They really wanted Johnny Depp for CD2. So those write-in votes, the second choice would roll up if it were for either Golden or Ontario. And so what you will see are the results after those second choices are allocated. It's not anticipated that would change the outcome, but it could. It's mathematically possible because you had about a 2,000 vote difference between Golden and Ontario and you've got about 12,000 voters who either left that first column blank or placed in either a write-in for Miranda or an undeclared write-in. So those second choices will roll up. The team behind us, you can see flipping through binders, looking for towns, proofing results. Very exciting. What town are we proofing right now? What's that? Go slow, go smooth, go fast. Take your time. Proving is the important part. Don't hurry. It's okay. I know all eyes are watching. You guys are doing a great job. So, you guys have time back there. Yeah, sure. You might want it for us.
They wouldn't be happy if anyone here that heard the city would be more regulated. So we have to that's back, right? So, Well, I guess you could quickly grab things, but I don't want people in there. Just understandable.
Oh, you mean if they're gonna really show themselves? Yeah.
Yes.
They have actual ratings. I mean, this is pricey. Right, so. But it's on live.
I don't have to see, I don't even have
Okay, all right. But I know, I might.
They're very aware.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, once something is serious, with knowledge of saying something is serious. Right.
They call that photonic.
So we have two more core spreadsheets approved. The two last spreadsheets are not as well. One of them is. Yes. 400,000 plus records. And we have about 200,000 records. Oh. And we have 100,000 and change. Yeah. Probably close to 3 minutes.
Yes. And like the check.
The last,
Check.
yeah.
So tell me whether.
the last spreadsheet that we have on our so it's probably not.
So you say there's a chance.
There's a chance. It'll happen. Okay. Not gonna be the next one. Not gonna be. Not gonna be in the next. What about now? Unless.
Yes. Check.
So some of our election officials are on break because that final proofing is happening. We're about halfway through. They've done about 200,000 records. And there are 4 spreadsheets with cast vote records on them. We've done 2 of those spreadsheets, each of which have 100,000 voter cast vote records on them. We have 2 more spreadsheets to go. So folks are taking a very tiny break, and they'll be, but you can see there's some election officials already behind me looking at what's going on, making sure the data is there, and we will continue that proofing process. So do you want to work in elections? Do you have questions about elections? If you've had fears or anxiety, was my vote counted? How do I know that our elections are free, fair, and secure? I highly recommend next year, it'll be an off year. There won't be candidate elections at the state or federal level, but there may well be municipal candidate elections, and there certainly will probably be at least one referendum election. What's the best way to see for yourself these checks and balances? Take part in the election, participate, sign up to be a poll worker. Maybe you know your town has enough poll workers and your clerk says, no, I'm all set. Ask your clerk, is there another town in my county that might be short either Democrats or Republicans, depending on your party, because those towns have to recruit equal numbers from Democrats and Republicans as their poll workers. So it's an opportunity for you to learn about the elections and be part of the process. Now, the other thing that you should do is come on down, see for yourself. We're going to have a lot of recounts. We're going to have 10 recounts over the next week. Over the next 6 days, we'll be doing actually 2 recounts on Monday, 2 recounts on Tuesday, 2 recounts on Wednesday, 2 recounts on Thursday, 1 state Senate recount, Senate District 8 on Friday, and 1 Senate District recount the following Monday, November 25th, that's Senate District 15. We're getting those state legislative recounts done as quickly as possible so we can deliver the final certification of the results to the governor on November 25th. That's what the law requires. And so elections division, folks think, oh, the election is over on election day. For the elections division, who's worked really hard to produce the ballots for every race in the state, who has organized that statewide lease for the DS200 tabulators, programmed those memory devices at the state level, and then made sure that every town in the state has tested doing those logic and accuracy tests for those tabulators. And additionally, the elections division trains our clerks. So we have a variety of clerks. We have some extraordinarily experienced clerks, some who are real national leaders. I already mentioned Kathy Montejo, national leader. Patty DuBois of Waterville has been a national leader on election security, advocating for stronger protections for our election officials. Because unfortunately in 2021, we did see a rise in threats against election officials. We have seen swatting even on election day here in Maine. There were multiple high schools where voting was taking place that were swatted. A friend of mine said, what's swatting? Swatting is when someone calls in a hoax threat, a hoax bomb threat, or a hoax emergency that requires a strong mandatory law enforcement response or a SWAT team response, right? And that strong emergency response can, in some places, result in tragedy. Fortunately, in Maine, we have an extraordinary partnership with law enforcement. Shout out to both law enforcement and our emergency management partners. And so what we have seen is preparation for every potential emergency scenario. And even though that swatting happened on election day, law enforcement quickly identified that it was a hoax, that it was false. And so they didn't shut down voting at those locations, at Lewiston High School, where they voted the Green Ladle, at Wyndham High School, at Sanford High School, at Scarborough High School, or Deering High School in Portland. Voting continued uninterrupted. The only place in the state that had a tiny interruption was in South Portland, where the school next door to the polling place was swatted. That was one of the early incidents. And so there was just a minor lockdown there, just 20 minutes, although voters were able to continue, complete their ballots before exiting the building. And so that's truly remarkable. It's a testament. Everyone on election day had that opportunity to vote, despite, some attempts by some to try to interrupt that process. So you can see the election officials are back from their break. That means we're going to do some proofing. Deputy Secretary Flynn, Director Peckham back there working, looking at that spreadsheet. Now in 2022, we were in this stage and we did realize that some of those records hadn't uploaded. We had to go back to the drawing board. We had to scan ballots actually from Bangor and Hamden. And so it's sometimes possible, if those cast vote records don't upload into the computer system properly, we want to make sure that every vote is in that system before we run the program. And so they are checking town by town, county by county. They're going through those cast vote records. They've gotten through about 200,000 of those votes and verified that they are in fact uploaded into the system, ready to go. They do have 2 more spreadsheets. So that's going to be a really critical test. I am still hopeful that I'm going to get home in time for a late dinner. Now we got a lot of television cameras here, some of them breaking live at 5:30 or at 6 or 6:30. They're hopeful too that we might get that ranked choice voting tabulation live on the evening news tonight. But regardless of if it is or it isn't, you're going to get to see it, because this live stream will not go down. I will not go home until we are done. Now, that being said, it could be like 2022 where we decide, okay, we're going to take a deep breath, go home and do one more day. But I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to finish tonight. That is the goal. That is what we're hoping to see. No, it's not the tabulation machine. Sorry, it's it's a ginormous spreadsheet. There could be issues we have not identified that we successfully verified that 200,000 of the 400,000 plus votes have been uploaded. Yes. They haven't run it, but there could be about 200,000 more records. Make sure that they're we're going to like we're actually here all day. Nice to say.
Well, yes. The way that they have it.
Should be
So one of the things I saw something I noticed was that
Yeah, you're good.
So I think how, so I think about how maybe should I step by, or even just
yeah. Steps like this. One step. Gotcha. And then when I go back up here, I go back this way.
I can turn it on.
You want me to get it back after I'm done? Come back this way. Whatever else your guys are desires.
We were here because we're waiting for the ballots for Wednesday. Seven, then we had to vote them on.
Now talking with that white shirt. Yeah, just so, yeah, that works. Let me. I'm gonna throw some water in this.
So I was talking to Ryan a little bit, so something I noticed during elections when other live interviews is that it was directly on camera and you just kind of see the side
I would be just on
profile.
the side.
So I was just telling Ryan, like after she introduced you and starts asking questions, I'm probably gonna take a big step this way.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
That'd be great.
So good. So excited. Sure.
Yeah.
was just DoorDash. Have a shop. DoorDash myself something.
Yeah. We toured out, but they're kind of like that because there was a problem in the place. One of her volunteers didn't block the registration, so we got a call. Someone, a voter, so we called her, and she was just. So I was like, it was a good effort.
It was, it really was.
My partner was having business next morning. Safeguard my ballots.
In this, so you don't just see me not why I'm moving. I'm gonna start here and then when I grow, I'm gonna move.
Perfect. So
Up
that
a
I'm
little
not
bit.
looking over here with my ear
Right.
to the camera.
Yeah, it'll give you a better profile.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Stay next to Jacob. And then I'm gonna step back beside you once I close down. Yeah, we don't want ears.
Thank you.
I don't think I did that. I can't remember.
I think when Redding was noticing the picture, I give me yeah, I know a couple people were doing it. I don't think it was just any one person. But I sit right next to like 3 big TVs between like 3 big news stations, and he was watching election night, and all of a sudden he started noticing it just because
Both sides of the
it was just like
I can see them now. Okay. So many of these.
Yeah.
You too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I was thinking the same. So I start recording. Can you hear them? I just lost them.
I'm trying to connect to
Well, it says I'm still on the.
I thought we were- I told you that yesterday. I was like,
No, it's okay.
we had an office party today. And one of my employees left. So I gave them
She's like 40. No, she's not.
no, she's a party.
No. She done today. She put it back.
The party's 4 to 6. Right? It was a great effort.
I can hear MCR. I can hear
You hear it? I don't.
oh, someone's trying to talk to me. I'm on field life. I don't know why they're talking to me.
Probably they're trying to talk to me and I can't hear it.
Someone just talked to me. I'm sure.
I can't hear the show.
You can't even hear the
I
show.
can't hear the show. I can think of the topic.
You might need to.
I can hear
Oh, they just told me that they can.
it. They can hear me. That's great. I can't hear it. I just hung up.
Well, it's connected to my phone.
Oh.
So I'll call it to 02.
Want me to take it? Yes. Got a little
Part of the
scared.
business I should do.
No, really. Yeah. Well, you've kind of seen a lot of it in the last few days, for sure. That's right. It's pretty hard.
So I'm just on you, Ryan, when you introduce. So I'll just. I move the light.
How far away we are. Yes, I can hear you now. I always feel like I'm doing a championship, so she should be
Sorry.
But I don't know if that would make it more confusing or not.
They're just about ending.
Yeah, good evening, Beth. There is anticipation in the air as we're waiting to see who will represent Maine's second congressional district in the House of Representatives. Now, earlier today, they finished the reconciliation process, which is making sure that the total votes match all of the 11 counties that they have seen to, and checking those numbers with representatives of the Golden Ontario campaign. What we're waiting for now is what's called proofing, where election staff is all of the data together for at least 4 days. It's scan downs and the memory devices into what Secretary Bellows is describing as a giant spreadsheet. And double checking their work and then uploading it to the central database that will run.
Ryan, you're absolutely right. We still do not have those final results from the race in Congressional District 2 between Austin Terrio, Jared Goldman, and Diana Miranda. That race was extremely close. Ranked choice voting did have to come into play here. I do have Maine Secretary of State Shanna Bellows joining me live today. So we've been waiting and hoping to see those results come through. The proofing process is still going on in the background. Tell us where we are right now.
So remember, there are over 400,000 votes in Congressional District 2 from those 11 counties. We have proved that about 200,000 of those votes have been uploaded into the system. We've got about 200,000 of those cast vote records, reporting those votes left to go. They're proving every single total for every single county across CV2. Once they do that, we'll be ready to go to do that ranked choice voting tabulation.
Now, 2 years ago, we saw that there were some issues in this proofing process.
It's true. That was nervous laughter because 2 years ago we were in this proofing process and we recognized that some of the data had not uploaded. We had to go back and scan ballots for Bangor and Camden. So it is possible that we would have a delay if we had to go back and rescan some of the ballots from any of the towns. But so far so good, fingers crossed, knock on all wood. We're hopeful we'll finish tonight.
Now, if there are no issues, as Shanna said, then what we'll be able to do, they will upload those results. They will tabulate everything that's in the system. They've already gone through to verify all the votes for each county. They've matched to make sure that what was reported on election night is what they have verified here. And all we're waiting for now is to see who will come out with the win, whether it will be incumbent candidate Jared Golden or whether it will be a Republican Austin Terrio. I'm gonna send it back to you guys in the studio. We'll have more updates later with hopefully some results.
Did I turn too much?
No, no, you're perfect.
You did perfect.
I was like, oh wait, did I do the wrong thing or?
No, I think if anything, I did wrong. I'm like, so I go back in? And I'm like, I don't know. I have to ask
That was like a moment where I'm like, oh, do I zoom out? And I zoomed out and I zoomed back in. It's just like, oh, it's all-
whatever. No, you did great. I will not bother you anymore tonight unless
We go live.
something happens.
So back to the live stream. We just went live on TV just to tell folks where we're at. And where we're at is about halfway through the proofing process. So there's a lot of anticipation in the room. Folks wondering, should I go get dinner? Should I not get dinner? If you're at home, kudos to you because you can kick back, relax as you watch this process on the live stream. Now, what the election and Department of Secretary of State folks there are doing is proofing. So we see they are looking up town by town, making sure that the cast vote record, which is a digital representation of every single vote cast in Congressional District 2, that has been uploaded for every ballot in every town, in every county, all across the state. And what that looks like is a spreadsheet essentially. And on that spreadsheet, you'll see a cast vote number. It is a unique identifier that just shows that is a unique ballot. Then you see the town that it's from, and then first choice, second choice, third choice. So the majority of them, with less than a 1% difference, are for either Golden or Terrio. You do, however, have about 12,000 votes that were for either Diane Miranda. She had about 420 on that first round, according to the municipalities' totals to Secretary of State, or another undeclared write-in. People could write in whatever they wanted, or blanks. And so what we need to do, once we have proofed the data, proving that all those records of all those votes have been entered into the system, then we're going to let the computer do our work for us. We're going to let the computer roll up those blanks, roll up those write-ins, reallocate choices to Golden or Terrio in accordance with the voters' preference. What's most important here is the will of the voters. And for those folks who were around in 2016 when ranked choice voting first passed, remember the idea behind ranked choice voting is to really allow voters to vote their principles, their heart, and not strategically. So that, meaning if they voted, they could vote for their favorite without worrying that their least favorite would then win. And so that's why we have ranked choice voting, both for primaries, it's for every primary in the state, and for general elections in federal races. Now, why don't we have ranked choice voting in those state Senate and state House or governor's races in Maine? Well, that goes back to our Constitution. And that was a ruling from the Maine Supreme Judicial Court that ranked choice voting was permissible in those primaries, permissible in those federal races, but not permissible under the Maine state constitution in the general election or November election contest for state House, state Senate, or governor. So it would take a constitutional amendment to bring ranked choice voting to those state legislative races or governor's races. And so that's why if you were voting anywhere in Maine, you saw a candidate ballot that had two sides. So on one side, you saw state Senate, state representative, any county races, and those were those plurality races, right? Those races that under Maine's Constitution weren't going to ranked choice voting. And then on the flip side, you saw races for president, U.S. Senate, and Congress, both in Congressional District 2 and in Congressional District 1. Those were ranked choice voting races. Now, you might ask, well, president, U.S. Senate, Congressional District 1, those aren't going to a ranked choice voting tabulation. Why is that? That's because in those races, those candidates received 50% plus one of all of the ballots cast. So Shelley Pingree winning Congressional District 1 with more than 50% of the ballots cast. And our electoral votes, actually, Maine does electoral vote allocation differently than any other state in the nation except Nebraska. So both in Maine and Nebraska, we split our electoral votes by congressional district. So Kamala Harris won more than 50% plus one in Congressional District 1. She won more than 50% statewide. And so that entitles her to 1 electoral vote coming out of Congressional District 1 and 2 electoral college votes coming out statewide. However, in Congressional District 2, Donald Trump won more than 50% of the vote in Congressional District 2. And so he won an electoral vote outright from me. So 1 electoral vote for Donald Trump, 3 electoral votes for Kamala Harris coming out of Maine. And the only race that was this close was that Jared Golden Austin Terrio race with a less than 1% margin, approximately 2,000 vote difference between the two of them. And then an additional 12,000 voters who made a choice other than Golden or Terrio. Now that choice may have been to leave that first column blank, or that choice may have been to write in the named declared write-in Diane Miranda, whose candidacy made this a ranked choice voting race, or their choice may have been to write an undeclared write-in, someone else that they're really fond of, maybe their favorite media personality, maybe their favorite political campaign person, maybe their mom, their sister, their daughter. That's what they did. And so what we're doing tonight is we're making sure that the cast vote records that reflect the first choice, second choice, and third choice of the voters gets uploaded into a database so we can run and let the computer do our work for us and look at those second choices and allocate them to Golden or Terrio in accordance with voter preference. Now, Golden and Terrio keep all of their first choice votes. That doesn't change. So the votes that they received in those first choices, Golden keeps his. He's leading right now. Terrio keeps his. And we'll see what happens. Will it be like 2018 where the ranked choice voting tabulation overturns the plurality winner that came out of election night? That would happen if of these 12,000 voters, a significant majority of them chose Austin Terrio. Or will it be the reverse? Will, in fact, Jared Golden, will it be like 2022, where Jared Golden was the winner on election night with that plurality, with those first choice votes, and then when the ranked choice voting tabulation was run, remained the winner after that ranked choice voting tabulation. Now, the Terrio campaign indicated last week that they wanted to go to a recount. Whoever the loser is after ranked choice voting tabulation, the apparent losing candidate, may request a recount. And if it remains within that 1% margin, that recount will be free to the campaign and the candidate. But there is no apparent losing candidate until that ranked choice voting tabulation happens. It's a really important aspect of the law. And so we need to wait, see what the ranked choice voting tabulation reveals tonight, later tonight, and then the apparent losing candidate has 5 days to decide, do they want to have a hand recount? Now, the recount would happen in the same way that we did a recount earlier today for House District 96 in Lewiston. Democrat Mike LaJoy remained the winner in that recount, and just a testament to the quality of our elections. Mainers should feel really proud. All across Congressional District 2, you know, there are a few little things that we had to double check, but our clerks, our hardworking volunteers did an excellent job in tracking and managing and counting those votes. So I'm going to walk around and see how the team is doing, but stay tuned. We're still probably, oh gosh, I don't know. I keep saying, hold on just a little bit longer. I'm hopeful that we will see this happen in time for me to get home for supper and not have to order pizza delivered. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
I'm just gonna go. Yeah.
You're not.
I'm sorry.
How far away?
Oh, yeah. No, we did that the other day, where it was, no. Oh, yeah.
They're exactly 15. Well, you get the live stream, right? You can take writing, so, you know, exciting.
Tonight. What is it?
Netflix.
Is it?
Yes, I don't know. I don't know.
Not paid.
I just assumed that would be nice.
Research Netflix.
I don't know, but I'm interested. I need to see. I'm so, yeah, I'm so.
I'll catch that. I'll catch that.
I just, I don't know what to think.
Started at 6. I mean,
My prediction.
For who? You got?
Tyson Sports.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, it's
No,
yeah.
I was like, but he's old.
Doesn't matter. It's my place.
How old is he? What do you make it now?
I guess it's got.
I know. It really matters.
My office.
I don't even know that it is. I just don't know.
You'll build it first.
Yeah, I am.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, is that okay?
Okay, we're gonna be here. If you don't.
So welcome to the ranked choice voting tabulation here at 45 Commerce Drive, the secure location where we are doing the ranked choice voting tabulation for Congressional District 2, the race between Congressman Jared Golden, Democratic incumbent of Lewiston, Representative Austin Terrio, Republican challenger from Fort Kent, and unenrolled declared write-in candidate Diane Miranda of Surrey. So those three candidates made this a ranked choice voting tabulation, right? A ranked choice voting ballot. That being said, so on election night with those results, the municipalities then had 2 business days to send to the Secretary of State. Neither Jared Golden nor Austin Terrio received 50% plus 1 of those initial rankings. There were about 12,000 voters who made a different choice. 420 of them picked Diane Miranda. The remainder either wrote in someone else as a write-in, perhaps, who knows, that you can write in anybody, Mickey Mouse or somebody real. And for those get counted legally as blanks by the clerks when they're reporting those total out, but they're not necessarily blanks. But that's what legally they're considered because they don't get counted, right? We're not counting how many votes there were for Mickey Mouse, or maybe sometimes people write in slogans, right? Like, I love Maine doesn't get counted officially in the rankings. Others, in fact, did leave that first column blank. We call that in the election space an undervote. An undervote is where they don't fill in the circle. What's an overvote? An overvote is where they pick them all. They liked both Golden and they picked Terrio. So overvote, you're done. You've exhausted your vote. You basically said you like them all. An undervote, however, in this process, will go to that second choice. And we have, in fact, seen with a review of ballots that were counted by hand, we've seen here in this room, that's been verified by the campaigns, that there were some voters that left that first column blank and then chose either Austin Terrio or Jared Golden. And so what we need to do, what we have already done is we've scanned ballots. We've uploaded memory devices from towns that scanned their ballots on election night in their towns. So we've confirmed that we have all of the records of all ballots cast in every town in every county. We reconciled those records. We had the campaigns check our work. We reached out to towns where there were any questions about the vote totals coming out of the municipalities to the Secretary of State versus what we were finding here on site. And then we uploaded all of the data. So we uploaded those 400,000 records of votes cast by voters in CD2. And now we are proofing that ginormous spreadsheet, which is the cast vote record for all of the votes cast in Congressional District 2. So that's what you see happening behind me. Those election officials, they have the binders that the campaign signed off on that have the totals for each town. So they're looking at that large spreadsheet, they're looking at the totals in a town, and they're making sure that that corresponds to what's in the binder. They want to make sure that there's a record, a digital record, a cast vote record for every ballot cast by every voter in every town in Congressional District 2. Once they finish proofing, about a half hour ago, they were halfway through. So depends on your best estimate, but once they're finished proofing, we'll take a big deep breath. We'll get ready. We'll set up a TV over here so folks can see those results clearly, and we'll run the numbers. The computer will do our sorting for us. The computer will be looking at those blanks in the first choice. They'll be looking at those write-ins, and they'll be rolling those up either to Golden or to Terrio in accordance with their preferences. Now, there's some people that might have done blank, blank, blank. We saw that when we looked at the military and overseas votes earlier this morning. I believe there were 108 blank, blank, blanks. People just weren't interested in that particular race. Some of those voters living overseas. But we also saw blank Austin or blank Jared or blank, blank Austin or blank, blank Jared. And so as a result, those votes will still count. That'll get rolled up into those totals. So we're excited. We're waiting with bated breath, as it were, hopeful that that proofing of the cast vote records will tie out, that the election officials will see that our spreadsheet does in fact contain all of the data that we reconciled earlier today with the campaigns, that we have a record for every single vote. We have a record for every single vote that was cast in Congressional District 2. And once that proofing is done, then we'll be ready to hopefully let that computer program do its work. And so this is really exciting. I'm going to do a walk around to see if I can get an update. I might not. I don't want to stop there. They've got a good flow going, and no one wants to stop that flow. We want to get home tonight. All right, don't go away.
Oh, you can stay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I'll help you carry yourself.
This is exciting. I think we're on the last spreadsheet. So, yeah.
That was the shortest one, right?
It is the shortest one. Sean, do you have those on study? I think that's the last. Is that last spreadsheet just about what? Yeah, that's a bit not much about that. It's fast.
Yeah, good evening, Beth and Deb. We just heard from Secretary of State Shanna Bellows, who says they're on the last spreadsheet to complete of the proofing process. So you're going to know really soon the results of this. But what we know is that anticipation is in the air as we wait to see who will represent the second congressional district in the House of Representatives. Now, earlier today, they finished with the reconciliation. This may have shown the votes in all the 11 counts of and checking those numbers with representatives enrolled in the campaign. What we're waiting for, like I mentioned, is called proofing, where the election status, all of the data they gathered throughout these 4 days, to scan ballots and memory devices into a giant spreadsheet and double checking their work so they upload that data to the central database where there was that final tabulation process. Started around 3 p.m. We're told that it was going to take a couple of hours, like we just heard from at the top of the show with Secretary Bellows. They are on that last spreadsheet, which is the shortest spreadsheet. So we're definitely going to keep our eye on this because it's not going to be long before we even know those results. Right now, live and best on we're sharp 87 and Fox News. Last spreadsheet. No, not done. No. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't. Whoever the producer is. I don't know. I just do that goal. Four spreadsheets total.
So it's half hour, but no promises. So maybe. Oh, are we ready to go? We'll be ready to go. I'm not sure how to set it up. Okay. Working for 15 minutes. We just had. That last time. So Mary is in charge of the.
Oh, yeah. Just like, what did they say?
We don't have to make the Holly. It's for
I'll call it, just to call it, if they want to like pack the street. Yeah, what?
I've got no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, where we, we'll see how far we can do. I'll let folks on the live stream know. So great news. We have proofed all of the cast vote records and they told me the total and I've already forgotten. But they're gonna move that computer over. They're gonna show the attorneys. How far away are the attorneys? A minute or two?
All right.
Okay. So just back on the live stream. Hey, get your popcorn, get your drink. We are ready to go. We are hopeful that this is going to do what it's always done. We'll be able to roll up those second choices. So Director Peckham is bringing over her laptop and she is working with the elections division. We're going to set up a TV so that you can see those results on the TV. We will be watching it with you. Let me just see, Mary, can we, is this TV going to be also on the live stream? We want to make sure that folks at home can see that
Yeah.
TV.
I'm gonna
So-
walk us over and then I'm going to
Right.
flip it around.
How's that? Yeah, we can wait for the.
Is this something that
I think we could probably be.
Is it okay to bring the words? Is it your way? Okay.
Julie, Julie, would you like to be part of this? Do you guys want to be part of this? Or you don't have to? Okay.
I didn't do anything already. Yeah, slide it over and.
Yeah, slide it wherever you want. Do you want it over here or over there?
Where are you gonna be standing?
I'm gonna be standing right here.
Well, you're gonna be standing right, so probably over close to her. That way we have.
And Mary, how are they able to see the TV? Is that what's, or did you do it backwards?
I did. I flipped it around so they can see the TV. They cannot see you. Actually, now they can see you in the TV.
Great. All right. So we're just waiting. We want to make sure that attorneys from both campaigns are present. So.
6:38.
Sure, you want to test? Oh, you want me to check it?
I thought it's on. It's on.
Check it here.
All right, so in theory, I'll turn the TV on and it should pop up, but if not, bear with me. I'll figure it out.
Would we already go with my gift like a 1 minute?
Yeah, what you'll see is you'll see the attorneys. I might
Yep.
invite them to come around so they
Yep.
can see this. I'm just waiting for attorneys from Austin to.
That's just so our people back there.
Yeah.
Take it.
You see her working here?
I don't know.
Do you Oh.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
No, no, it's totally good.
Well, no, it means it's not connected, right?
Let me see. When I turn it
Why
on.
don't you turn on the TV and see if it
Yeah,
comes
just,
up? She's not gonna put anything on until we're ready. I think, you wanna call it the spreadsheet, or is that something, or is this something different that we're gonna?
in RC tab it lists spreadsheets.
Okay,
All right.
Um,
See your desktop. That's great.
great, no
Perfect.
problem. Yeah, are you comfortable with this being shown?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good. Just waiting for the Terrio campaign.
Let's take a picture of our team. Apologies for being in front of everybody. 3, 2, 1.
So for folks in the live stream, we're just waiting for Representative Austin Terrio's campaign. We want to make sure that there are attorneys from both sides in the room when we do that ranked choice voting tabulation, so that they are present for that. So we are hopeful that they'll be here soon. I think based on how long it took the proofing for the first two spreadsheets, I think folks might have gone off-site to get dinner. We're calling them back on-site. I do want to give a huge shout out. Maine has one of the most experienced election teams in the country. I get a lot of credit for elections, and I deserve, well, honestly, it's this team right here, these three leaders who deserve the credit. So Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn is the longest serving election director in the nation, 30 years. Now, Kim Bettengill with the Maine Republican Party has you beat.
I know.
Her first recount was 1974. But Julie Flynn has done this work running elections in Maine. She started under Secretary of State Bill Diamond, and then under Dan Gwiatkowski, under Matt Dunlap, under Charlie Summers, a Republican, under Matt Dunlap again, and then under myself. We are so fortunate. Deputy Director Melissa Packard. She is the Deputy Director of Election Administration, Post-Election Audits, and Administrative Services. Remember, these two remarkable leaders are running both. They're running corporations, elections, and commissions. Corporations doesn't make the news. That's a good thing, but we have the corporations unit at SOS. And then our elections director, Heidi Peckham. Now, together, you guys have how many years of service? Like 80? Or am I making that up? Yeah, 30, 26.
5, 6.5 with Portland. So
Right.
36.5, come on.
So 36 and a half, 26,
16.
and 16. Somebody do that math. We've been doing math all day. 78. Somebody did it fast. So 78 collective years of running elections right here. Now this trio right here, they were here the first time Maine ran ranked choice voting back in 2018. They were here in 2022, my first ranked choice voting tabulation, the first time we ever live streamed it on the internet. You know, when it takes 3.5 days, you know, I think we rued that decision, but we love the transparency. And so this is their third ranked choice voting tabulation. This team has a tremendous amount of experience. I also want to thank, you know, the fact that we were able to retrieve all the ballots from 11 counties in a single day is a testament to the hard work of Maine State Police and the Enforcement Division of the Secretary of State. Now we've got the attorneys here, and I want to invite them. So we have attorneys here from both the Terrio and the Golden Campaign. You're not ready? You are ready. All right. So go ahead, Heidi. Do your magic.
Okay. This is going to be very quick. So before I start, you'll see the spreadsheets listed down here. The first one where it says CD2 aux, those are the auxiliary ballots, the ones that had to be hand counted, and we created those cast vote record spreadsheets that both lawyers proofed for us. Then you'll see spreadsheet 1, 2, 3, and then the one after that, which is the fourth one. Those are the exports that came from our system, from the sticks that we uploaded from all the municipalities, along with all the scanned ballots from the hand count towns that went through our high-speed scanner here. And the last spreadsheet that you're seeing is the UOCAVA. So those are our votes from our uniformed and overseas citizens. So all these spreadsheets are going to be pulled into our system for the RCV. So the first thing I have to do is just validate that all is good. And on the bottom, it says validation successful. Yes. Good. Then we'll go to tabulate.
So the computer is literally doing that work of reallocating those second choice votes. At least we think it is, right, Heidi? Or Julie?
Okay. It looks like tabulation completed, and the results are written into the folder that I set it up in. So we'll go to that folder.
It's a lot faster than hand moving those piles from candidate to candidate to candidate for those second choices. Although we may be recounting this race by hand, and that will be okay.
So this is the summary report, which will be a small spreadsheet. We'll take that and then we'll put it into a format that you can easily read.
Never has cut and paste in Excel been so exciting.
Okay, let me do it again. Then I'll go to the RCV report that will show the winner. Jared Golden.
Everybody see that? 50.35% for Jared Golden, 49.65 for Austin Terrio, 197,151 votes for Jared Golden, 194,445 votes for Austin Terrio. Now it says ballots exhausted, 11,340. Those were ballots that were either overvotes or maybe overvotes, right?
Or blanks, double skips, if they skip two in a row, two choices, then it gets exhausted.
So it gets rolled up all in this one round.
Any questions from any of the attorneys about the data? Do you want to come see the spreadsheet up close? You're welcome to do so. This is not, is this computer connected to the internet?
No, but we can send it to
We can
get
attach it to a printer. Great, there you have it, folks. Congratulations to Congressman Jared Golden. He is the winner. He was the plurality winner after the election night results were reported from the municipalities. And he is the ranked choice voting tabulation winner with just over 50% of the vote. Now, Austin Terrio, the challenger, could request a hand recount for Congressional District 2 should they choose to do so. And if they do so, we will follow the same rules that we utilized with a hand count recount for Lewiston earlier today that upheld the win by Mike LaJoy, Democrat from Lewiston. Now, Julie, we published the cast vote records we will be publishing those cast vote records following certification.
Yes.
The final certification of this race.
Yep.
And at that point, academics are free to try to, in fact, replicate the work that was done here. We've done that in the past as well. So thank you, everyone. Congratulations to the Elections Division. All right.
Can we see like the final first round? votes as
Sure.
well? Yeah, is that,
This is the round. It's all done in one round.
oh, it is all, so you essentially like, I'm just trying to figure out what your final first round total of blanks was.
Well,
can't
the
really pull
election
that all
night
out.
total is what we started with.
Is that the same, is that old file the same as the one?
Right, what happens in a round of counting, first thing it does is it exhausts the overvotes.
Right.
It rolls up second choices.
Oh, yeah, I love
with
Right.
I love that. Best
first choice,
investment I ever made.
and then it determines the lowest vote getter and rolls up the second choices.
Right,
down
right.
For the write-in. That all happens in round one and like.
Right. I'm just trying to understand the blanks you started. I just want to make sure I get the right number of blanks that you started with here.
We have that from Heidi. Do we have a statewide first choice total?
They had 11.
All of these.
On the TV screen. And you can't see it.
So basically that means that there's us.
Yeah, and there are double skips.
Yes, so,
So
right, goals, nope, it's just round one, there's only one round. Goal, only one round. Golden is 197,151.
When they were making adjustments for the handheld ballots, they didn't go back in.
Yes, Ontario is
The election night.
194,400.
So is it safe to use the blanks? I'm just trying to figure out the
Yep,
universe
Yep,
of
Ontario,
Miranda.
194,445.
It would be the continuing numbers.
194.
Right.
194.
So we'd start with 12,000-ish.
And then
Yeah.
golden again, just to be sure.
I think it was
So it-
12,600 or something like that.
Yeah, and it exhausted 11,000.
Percentage.
So only a small percentage. was
Yeah.
gone.
Okay.
Yeah. And then,
So I can just go back to your old file, your old election night file, and that would be reasonably accurate,
yeah.
pending, some changes that you made here.
Right,
But you can't back that number
right.
fully out
Because
right now.
the algorithm just goes bang, bang, bang. It does those three things like in succession. And
Okay.
goes round one.
But starting with the 12, I think it was 12,600 number or something
Right.
like that, combining those numbers,
Yeah.
backing out the 11,340, looking at their totals.
Yeah.
Those that get us there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. So my dad was there. Yeah, I was aware. Yeah.
So we'll have to move fast in counting over 400,000 votes for CD2. That, however, is the candidate's
So, yeah.
I already saw one report today, the city of Lewiston is a whole different election. Especially given that we've already verified all of those votes for all candidates, that a recount would similarly uphold the results. Yeah, so exhausted votes are votes where the voter might have chosen blank, blank, blank. They didn't want any vote, right? Or they may have voted, meaning they chose everybody. So if they chose nobody, if they chose everybody, those are not going to go.
Now, you guys have been through for all day.
We're just so excited that this phase is done. So last Friday night, we were here past 2 o'clock as law enforcement brought the ballots from all over the state. And those ballots were taken care of. We started on Tuesday, we went through every day, tonight again. But not quite as late as last week. The work is done. We will do recounts all this week.
I guarantee you guys had more fun. I assume that. Glad to hear. Well, you need this. It's gonna shut all that.
Yeah.
Server.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got it really. I'm not sure.
Sure about that, because we've now had ranked choice voting in the 2018 congressional election, 2022 congressional election and now again in 2024. The way we see whether voters understand ranked choice voting or not is in terms of spoiled ballots. They're like, oh, wait a second, I didn't understand, just toss out this ballot, rip it out, they give it back to the person, and actually get another one. So I actually think that what we may have seen with exhausted ballots may be just a reflection of the presidential year, you have the turnout, you have the highest turnout ever, but not everybody cares about anything that's lower than president. I think that may have been a reflection where you did see blank flags. Or, you know, you also, Maynard's vote the person, not the party. So you may have seen people voting for multiple candidates. So based on partial recount that was by then losing candidate Bruce Poliquin in a race against Jared Golden, we would expect that a recount could take up to 3 weeks. That would start close to Thanksgiving, either right before Thanksgiving or right after Thanksgiving. But it does depend on whether the candidate requests it and when they request it. Right, next week, we're focused on state legislative recounts because the legislature meets that first week in December. Counties the first week in January, we have a little bit more time. Shouldn't happen. Right, you guys get everything you needed? Sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's no board. Yep, yep. And I'm not very good at numbers. Okay. Exhausted, exhausted, sorry. They could have voted for everybody. Oh, if they like to vote. In a column. Yeah. All the ballots are locked up.
About a thousand.
But, I mean, one of the needs to tell you, they got to stop. I mean, I told you that. So you see the ballot, you see, Jared, Austin, right? First choice, second choice, third choice. For that first column, you would put a circle right there for Jared, and then another. Thank you, guys. Are we done with the live stream? Okay, so we are going to finish the live stream, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here at the State Elections Division. The media is wrapping up. We're ending the live stream. Thank you all for joining us.